Zaya. Right. Getting this all sorted. Don't want to set the world on fire. Lyndon, once I've gotten things sorted, there will be a schedule in place. I promise you. I do promise you that. Just at the moment. Hello. Alakazam. How does my microphone sound, by the way? I was dicking around some settings yesterday. Hope you're having a good Sunday, Lyndon. As long as you can hear me, that's all that matters at the end of the day, I guess, isn't it? Cheer you up, you having a shit day? Bet, give me 1 second. I'll cheer you up. Not even this fluff. Say hello, properly. Exactly, he's the good boy. He's not interested. Well, there you go. Oh, how come? How come you're having a bad day anyway, dude? Yeah, Chewy's a little shit. He's not as cuddly as the other two. Ugh. Cat fluff. Right. Right. This is not where I got dropped off last time, was it? I'm trying to remember where I actually came in. Ah, it was Admiralty Arch, that's why. I'll complete wrong place. Oh, ice cold Pepsi. It hits differently. So much differently. That's better. That little bitch. Are you just selling random shit again? Okay. Fair enough. This useful? Requires key. Okay, I don't have a key. Wrong one. Oh. We crashed. That's annoying. The first crash of the day. Honestly. It used to crash very, very frequently. But they updated a load of things, and the crashing is a lot better than what it was. Like a hell of a lot better than what it was. Actually, I wonder, can I add in mods to this mod to run with this mod? Oh, no, you can't. Okay. Or is there a way? Apparently there is a way. Okay, I'm going to look into that. Yeah, Mom. Just bobbing here with the music. There we go. Where's it taking me? Okay, it's just Hyde Park. I don't want Hyde Park. Go to the mall. Okay, that's annoying thing number one. I can't think of anything worse than that, to be fair, Tom. But that would really, really piss me off, actually. That really pissed me off. Oh, okay, I can't do that now. It's very annoying. Well, I was a person. Well, what's annoyed you? Some things annoyed you a lot. Hope it isn't anything too major, dude.
Life at the top is immensely satisfying. Oh dear. Another poor commoner come begging for table scraps. Oh, don't act like you don't know. There's two types of people in Westminster. Those who were born here and those that weren't. You are the latter, and it shows. Too much pride, that's your problem. If you don't want my help, scram.
Very nice. Jesus, Tom.
You have questions?
Well, you're
Read
here.
the paper.
Wind down. Watch me be an idiot on Fallout. What more do you want?
Have you ever left Westminster?
Shut up, you.
The whole city smells like building.
I do hope Father is proud of me.
Oh, fuck. What the fuck happened here?
Am I invisible? Or are
Yes.
you an invalid? Which is it?
Reason correlator. I'll steal it. No. That's actually really cool. That's not very cool though. That's fucking awesome. Well then, what happened here?
Please maintain order and carry on. Questions will be answered at a much later time and date. There will be a press release for all gentry. You ain't one of them rich toffs, are you? Look, I don't know much, but I'm happy to help out anyone with 2 ungilded brain cells to rub together. Feel free to have a gander. Never heard that name before. Officially, no one's been blamed, but I'm sure some powdered wig's gonna point a finger somewhere eventually. Oddly enough, not a soul on the train. When it cracked through the concrete, a few gentry caught the express to the pearly gates, though. Name a reason.
So is that the guy?
This train came from Islington. Do you know the last time a train came from there? I don't. It's been decades since something ran that
This
track.
guy's been trying to kill
Which
me.
is why it was all cracked and busted. The train hit an upturned tide and launched itself topside. Then boom! The whole thing exploded into a fiery mess behind me. The gentry, this century, if we're lucky, you could wrap the world in the gentry's red tape. You'd think they would need this railway. Well, they do, and they don't. Since it's inside their walls, they'll fix it. Even if it's just to avoid the eyesore. But they don't need it. That track was abandoned. And this lot's got a fully working train line right beneath Westminster. Even you could probably catch a ride.
People have a negative attitude. That's what's stopping them.
So I can explore this? No tickets though. You gonna stop me going through? No, you're not gonna talk to me? Alright, fuck you then. You're free, you duck bitch. Calling card. It was Smythe. Why does that door make me look like a midget? It's a huge door. I've never played Wolfenstein. Never played it. I watch people play it. It looks pretty fun. Can I not buy anything from you? Can I not steal shit from you?
What'll it be?
What you got?
Take a look.
Take a look. Oh, builders too. Oh, I've got no money. Fuck. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay. Am I following you, Churchill?
If I see one more up-and-comer peasant, I'll go mad.
You know what? I'm gonna shoot you in the
Trying
head.
to elevate your status by being seen with me, it won't work.
It still does look very bougie, this place. I don't think that's the right way. Don't mind me. Okay. Regent Street. I have discovered 100 locations. I don't think I've gone the right way. But is this Piccadilly Circus? Yes.
Maybe I'll visit outside the walls sometime. See how the other half live.
It still amazes me the amount of detail in this. I'll go just to run out lemons. Walk around, you weirdos. It's so weird seeing everyone not moving. Like we're just placed.
You down to trade?
Depends what you got.
Take a look.
Oh. Well, you haven't really got anything useful, so nope.
Until next time.
No, there won't be a next time.
What's that smell?
Me,
Oh,
probably.
It's you.
It is me. Why has everyone just stood still? You're a little shit. Wait, where's my dog? Oh, no. Where's that stupid fucking dog?
That's a bit steep, Mo. All things considering.
Talking about? Take her out for a try.
Okay. He is a little shit. He just vanishes every fucking time. I don't know where he is. I don't remember which way it came out of. Was it down here? Why are we all just still?
I do hope Father is proud of me.
Here he is. What? Yeah, it's the dog. He's not following me. Come on, dog. What? What you found? He's just sat there being a very happy dog. I think Churchill's bugged. Yeah, maybe if I send him to Covent Garden. Why go into a fucking factory? I think he is bugged. What you got on you first? Okay, you have nothing. Come on. Heal. Yeah, it's a good point, actually. Let me just go back to the desktop and reopen the game. Because that's a weird-ass bug. I hope it isn't bugged. Maybe that isn't. Maybe that's a bug they didn't fix. Excuse me. Actually, come to think that I wonder if they've put any fixed that recently. Yeah, looks like a bug. That's annoying. Well, hopefully they fix that fairly quickly. But I will report that later. I don't know what bug you're referring to there, Tom. Bing, bing, bing. Oh, no, I do know what you're referring to there, Tom. That entire thing is bugs. Nah, it's a manageable bug. Just visually, it's a bit weird. I have not seen it, but I know exactly what you're referring to. Now, anyway. I didn't at first. I was very confused. Do I need to watch it? Are we moving? I really hope we're moving. People aren't moving. Oh, no, there's more people moving. Balls. That's like a whole hour. Oh. Maybe if I spawn to a different area, he'll follow me. We'll find out. Let's go out there and see if it works. Mariachi! Is it? Well, I'll see if this fixes it. If not, well, I don't think there's anything I can do to fix it. Apart from just go back and... I don't know. We'll see if people are moving around here. If they are, then it could just be that little area. We'll have a crack. We'll have a try. Pray to the fallen London gods. It's almost like I can pray to a dead man's or foxhole. Just notice, you can actually see that in the background now as well. That Lego Venator. You can normally have it all blurred out. Well, Doggo's unfrozen, which is a positive. He ain't moving. They weren't moving anyway. You're all kind of moving around me, which is good. There's folk moving up there, yeah. So it might just be a little area that's bugged. I can deal with that. Yeah, man. I'm a big Lego Star Wars enthusiast. I fucking love Lego Star Wars. Like, as a kid, I had so much Lego. So much Lego. That thing is the biggest I have. I really wanted the Imperial Star Destroyer, but that's like £1,200 now. That cost £600. Maybe I should do a Lego building stream one day. Like a top-down camera on my desk. That'd be quite cool, actually. Just vibing, chilling, building Lego. Because it's a bit messy over here in a moment. I used to have a big picture up there, but it went a bit fucking... Well, it fell down. Long story short. Well, I also need to buy more Lego. Alright, people are moving. Which is a good sign. And that dickhead's following me, which is also a good sign. Where does that need to go to? All the way down there. Okie dokie. Now, my office at the moment is quite messy. You're not following me. You're making tuna pasta. Blah. Not too far. I do like tuna pasta. But no, that is quite a mess at the moment. I'm kind of not wanting to sort it until I move. Because in my head, if I move, I can kind of put things in places. Whereas at the moment, I build it, I put it there, I leave it. That I'm not looking forward to moving that. That is going to be... I'm going to be scared as fuck to move that. Is this meant to be 10 Downing Street? I go in 10 Downing Street. Where's Larry the cat? I am moving. I am moving in the next 9 months. 9 months to a year.
I do hope Father is proud of me.
What do you mean, how am I moving? In a van? That's a nice car. I'm not moving far. Only about an hour away. Well, the fact people are all moving now makes me think that it was a bug. This is so cool. I think it's north. I think. I mean, I'm there. Oh no, I'm going east. I'm going up towards Skeggy Way. But not Skegness. I'm going up towards Lincoln. Lincolnshire. Well, that's the plan anyway. There's a high chance I'll end up having to stay where I am now for just a little bit longer.
It must be horrible to live in places without luxury.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Is that another way out? I think so. Go on, Churchill. Wait, I've lost my dog. Who's there?
People have a negative attitude. That's what's stopping them.
You found an enemy? What are you growling at?
I live in fear, knowing you people can reproduce.
Funny it's not an enemy makes you think there's an enemy behind this door.
Well, I say.
What the...
Maybe I should have opened that door. Oh, you are actually quite overpowered. Come on, Churchill, do something. Yeah, come in here, I dare you. You are gonna get fucking mutilated. Too much pepper isn't a thing. I'm being fucked. Yeah, hold on, let me reload. Okay, well, I need my fucking spicy stick. That's what I need. It's bonking time. I don't need a block of cheese. Actually, saying that, in this, there is actually... You can... What is it? It's not... you can find Cathedral City cheese. I don't like Domino's. Even though there's one right opposite my house. I prefer the Chinese opposite my house. Lyndon, you don't know what a Domino's is. Are you having me on? You don't know what a Domino's is.
Huh? There you are.
Oh, what? Cathedral City? Cathedral City's amazing. Cathedral City is like the best cheese around. But it's not the best cheese. Dutch cheese is the best cheese. No matter what anyone says, you cannot change my mind on that. Right. It might be clobbering time. Oh, yeah, I've got to have this thing. Ow, that's very spicy. What? Why can't I hit you? Fuck off, you slicey dicey dog. Ow. See, Parmesan's too sickly, I think, if you have too much of it. It can be very sickly. Joshua, get the fuck up, you useless fuck. Fuck. It's Saber's rifle time. I could one-shot all these. Literally. Honestly, cheddar is fucking elite. Don't know why I'm doing that. Doing that. You know, Parmesan. But yeah, it's next level, mate. Surely you have cheddar over there. Surely. What kind of weird place are you from if you don't have cheddar?
What the? You should have run.
Ah, fuck me, hello. My god. See, Polish cheese is nice as well. No, he's not. He's German. He's German, Tom. That is what he says. Gouda is fucking delightful. I used to work with a Polish guy. And for some reason, he started bringing me lunch. And oh my god, the meat and cheese sandwiches he used to make were phenomenal. Tom isn't Polish, just to let you know. You sure his missus wasn't?
What?
No, you're Mrs. Latvian. Wait, you're not the guy I'm talking about. Oh, he's got his little flame torch thing out. Ow. Here, go on then. Ow. I love how no one else is helping me around here. I'm just doing this all myself. Fuck off. Yeah, good boy, Churchill. What's making you debate it? No, do you not want to talk to me? Okay, fuck you then. There's no such thing as too much pepper. I love pepper. More pepper, the better. Wait, where'd dog go? Oh, you know what? I can't be able to deal with that dog anymore. If it doesn't trigger a gag reflex. What the fuck, Lyndon? Yes, it's a lamppost. Honestly, that dog is pissing me off. Lyndon, I don't want to know about your gag reflex, dude. Oh, he's here now. Well, he'll either follow me or he won't, so we'll find out, won't we? No comment. Oh, I don't need to go through there. My dog was here a minute ago. I saw him over there. Come on, you fucking dog. It'll appear. I'm sure. We'll find out anyway. Oh, see, here he comes. He's running down now. Gentlemen.
Halt! Citizen! Where do you think you're going? We don't allow just any rabble in there. Who do you think you are?
Oryx.
That's a good one. So good that I may not even fine you for impersonation. Consider
He's not.
this
He's
a
the
warning.
worst companion ever.
Next time I won't be so lenient. Now, what's your business here? You want me,
They're all
a
volunteers
loyal subject of the realm,
and actual
to
voice
give up
actors.
information like that? How dare you? Dirt like that doesn't come cheap, you know. You strike me as someone who can solve problems. Violent ones. Am I correct?
Yes.
Maybe you could help me out with a little pest problem we're having.
Yes.
The humankind? They call
Yes.
themselves cavaliers, but they're just uptight hooligans. They have some kind of feud with another group, the Roundheads.
Oh, they're the ones I've just killed. Reckon he'll turn horrible to me for nah.
You strike me as maybe you could.
Yeah, sure.
A gentleman who owns a house in the area would very much like to sell it. Unfortunately, it's currently home to some unofficial owners, squatters. Here's the location of the house.
Thanks.
Get rid of them.
Okay. And where are they? You mean this one up here? Yeah, what you found, you yapping thing? Sound like a dying chicken. We ain't found nothing. Shut up. Come on. Wait, I'm confused. Ah, right, okay. I mean, I could walk it. Not going to. You know, if fast travel's available to me, I'm gonna fucking use it. Did you see they announced Bloodstock acts as well, Tom? I know it's not the headline. Well, I don't think they're the headliners, but they've announced some bands already. I'm a bit annoyed I missed it this year. I want to go see Trivium. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lamb of God, someone else. Lamb of God, I can fuck with. I do like Lamb of God. Oh yeah, I'm Priest. I do like Priest. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. Da, 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 da. I can't remember who it was actually. You got a photo of it at all? I'll just Google it. Yes. I remember seeing something. Oh yeah, Slaughter to Prevail. Sepultura, Bleed From Within. We saw Bleed From Within at download this year. They were really good. Is Vended the son of Corey Taylor? Oh, Northlane. Okay. I do like a bit of Northlane. Okay, Dog is not with me. Okay, I have no dog. Don't think I've heard of Discorded. Yeah, I don't blame him. I am not gone the right way, have I? I have not. That dog's a bit annoying. Taylor and Crown. Who's Crown? What do you mean clown?
My goodness.
Well, this looks like it could hurt someone. I need health.
Found I remained loyal.
I like this weapon.
I am detecting.
You're not detecting anything. Fuck off.
Stealth activity.
Oh, he appeared.
Clearly needs adjustment. I knew you would reveal yourself.
What the fuck? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Owie, ouchie.
Appears to be nothing. Perhaps my sensors need calibration. I will limit the pain I inflict if possible.
There's an invisible enemy. But I can't see it. All I can see is a I can see a floating gun. There. There was 100% a floating enemy. Where did he go? You guys saw that too, didn't you? That's 100% an invisible enemy. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Or maybe it is bugged. That seems to think, oh, do I need to open up these? No? The fuck? Dead man, this is very bugged. Nope, not bugged. I am just an idiot. Will he hit it? Nope.
You should have run.
Oh, man. Come on then, you little fuck. Let me hit you.
I served my...
Prepare to be civilized.
Fuck you. What a good sir.
Movement detected. Curious.
Ah, he's the one who mutated. And vanished.
What the...
Ow, what the fuck?
Tactics.
He is invisible! I'm fighting a stick!
Terminating with extreme prejudice.
I'm fighting an evil stick!
Upper limb actuator damaged.
I'm guessing it's supposed to be a robot. What the fuck? I'm so confused. You guys saw that invisible stick as well, didn't you?
Gone. Excellent.
I'm not gone though, I'm right here.
Who's there?
Who?
I'm so confused.
The queen is so...
That's it, reload. Fuck yes. I reckon there's something there. I don't believe it. I promise you, I'm not just waving my mace around aimlessly. There is logic to why I'm doing it. There's a bugged out enemy that I can't fucking see. Definitely not Mace ASMR, I'm afraid. Really annoying though. And I think it's a robot as well. Oh, I didn't realise it was Clown's fucking son as well. Invented. I thought it was just Corey Taylor's son.
Huh?
Hello. Oh, I like your uniform.
Right, you're finished.
I don't think I am. I think you are.
What the?
Nice try though.
You're a roundhead, no doubt?
I can't use my torch. What's the torch button?
Typical.
Ah, that's better.
Forget it.
This is too much work.
Aww. Oh, go. Come here. Ow!
What?
Hello.
Everything
My goodness.
loyal.
Well, I tried.
And failed.
Reveal yourself. Did you hear me? I said reveal yourself.
No tickets anywhere? Tickets. Mariachi band?
Who? Hey.
Hello.
There you are!
You're fucked. Were you born stupid? Shit, hit me dog. Finish him. Do you like? I like that gear. I must admit. A nodding cow. Oh, wait, no, that's what I need apparently. Yeah, I'll take shotgun. Any goodies in here? Expired cigarettes, rat poison. Don't need you. Oh, I apparently need you. Don't know why. Hello, housekeeping. Dog, move. What was that door that could have unlocked? Or pick locked, whatever it was called. upstairs? That's inaccessible. There was a door I could have picklocked. Where the fuck was it? Ah, there it is. Yes. Of course you can't. Well, at least that's sorted. Oh, I'll take one more. When do we get out? Good old Tesco bag. Crackers. I don't know why I'm searching for stuff, but... Oh, it was because I wanted to make ammo. Now I remember. Sorry. Right. That must be the same door, surely. Yeah. What is that on my arm? Oh, it fucking hurts. What would you say, Lyndon, anyway? Ah, you got a new monitor. Which one did you go for? I'm thinking about getting a second one so I can put it above and get rid of this one on this side. So I've got an MSI 34-inch ultra wide, which to be fair, now that I've got one, I can never go back.
You're back.
Oh, is it not yours?
I trust the house is ready for its new owner. Good, good. Anyway, someone called Smythe has been putting a lot of pressure on Parliament. They want to round up the Cavaliers and Roundheads against the wall, clean the streets, reclaim the city for the good folk, and so forth. It seems like they hold a lot of power around here, but they've gone completely under the radar. The fact you know their name means you know more than most people. I was just about to get to that point, if you'd let me. There's an old law you might be able to make use of. The Parliament Representation Act 2177. They have to let you in if a representative from each tithe-paying London borough signs your petition. These days, that would be Camden, Hackney, Lambeth, and Islington. That'll be a tricky one.
Of course.
Trust me, there isn't. To tell you the truth, I've never even been inside.
I don't believe that.
How am I supposed to know? Go there and ask them. Eastminster gets out on a technicality. They pay the tithe, but the law in question doesn't consider them a borough. The rest is simple. For one reason or another, they don't pay the tithe. You'd think the syndicate in the Tower Hamlets would, but they have their own arrangement. Your determination is impressive.
Thanks.
This is off the record, but if you aren't able to get any of the signatures, I know a guy who might be able to help. His name's Clifford. Sits in the cafe on Bridge Street most days, but he doesn't come cheap. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to my duties.
Oh, I want to see how much he costs. But let's do a side quest. I think this is main story, and I don't want to do the main story too early. Oh. Do that. Ah, okay, so it's the same width as mine. Honestly, they do get some getting used to initially, but within a day or so of playing games, you're fine. However, some older games, there will be a few settings you have to dick around with. Like Fallout 4, for example, isn't native to 1340. To 344T by 1440. I had to stick around with some of the prefab settings. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not a bad shout. See, I do my development stuff in mine, so it's handy having my code quite big on one side. Sorry, my code on the side quite small, and then having the development view on my other side. It's very useful. I mean, I could do it with 2 monitors, but, you know, if I didn't have 2 monitors per se. Excuse me. But that would be quite an experience, I'll imagine. War Thunder. That'd be quite nice, actually, on ultra wide. The foxhole on an ultra wide is nice. It's very nice on an ultra wide. What, Foxhole or War Thunder? If it's Foxhole, understandable. Obviously, it's now the longest and deadliest war by quite a country mile. You know, you would get burnt out very quickly, especially if you've been playing since, well, for 2 months now. That's why I'm taking it easy this war now. I'm just fucking around. No, I'm just doing frontline stuff at the moment. But next war, I will be doing facility stuff. I might stream it, might not, don't know yet. I need to finish off my little app I've made for Foxhole as well, because that'll be, well, the app is for streaming, so. Well, the Mox, I believe, now is a nuclear target. Which still amazes me how many nukes have been launched this war. It's just insane.
Am I invisible or are you an invalid? Which is it?
I will hit you. You know what? No, I am going to hit you.
Police!
Call me an invalid, you little prick. Huh? Huh? How do you like it?
Will they remember me at the office?
Yeah, but now I'm a wanted man, so that wasn't a good idea. Well, that's the thing. I think that's what we're kind of going down the route of now. Reducing the VPs. Because like, I was on last night till about 4 or 5 a.m. And my god, it's just it's a stalemate on every hex. Considering how rubbish we were doing at one point.
It's you.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Hello?
If I see one more up-and-comer peasant, I'll go mad.
There's no way there's tubes still running. Nah, surely not. Yeah, but oh my god, there is. You say that about the storm cannons, though. There's still quite a few everywhere. Dog, 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 dog. No, no, dog. No. Well, that ain't good. I need to go the opposite way now.
I do hope Father is proud of me.
Oh, my dog! Oh, he's here. Come on, doggo. Hey, Rip. Cheers for the hydrate, dude.
I'm in touch
How you
with
doing?
humanity.
In fact, what even is the current count? Yeah, I'm not doing too bad, thanks, dude. It's just this map just looks ridiculous. Like if I just do this. Like, just look at that. It's ridiculous. Pingu, what the fuck? Pingu! Dude! Thank you so much. You're a legend. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you so much. Oh, dude. Oh, cheers, man. 6 gifted subs. You lunatic. Thank you, dude. They were doing good. There you go, look. There you go, Lyndon. You now don't have ads. And you can thank the amazing Pingu for that. Pingu! Holy fuck. Dude! Dude! We're what, 7 away from my initial target now. And I was very ambitious with that. Dude, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. You beautiful, beautiful bastard. You do know I'm going to be playing this now almost every day. Dude! I need to increase that target now. You motherfucker. Thank you. Pingu. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Fuck. Mate, you are one very beautiful bastard. Thank you so much. It goes a long way. You have no idea. It goes such a long way. But now, I am about to increase that in case someone else comes in. Oh, mate. Thank you so much. Oh shit, and we got a level 5 hype train. Holy fuck. You have broke Onyx. Like, my phone's going crazy right now. I'm getting email after email after email. Dude. Thank you. I will show you something though. Because no one's actually done this yet. Right, but because you've just gifted so many fucking subs, I'm gonna just play it and show you. So what I did was I made a thing for a tier 3 subscription. And basically, let's see if I can find it. Because you deserve this. So what I did was, it was this. Nope, that did not work. This. This is a tier 3 sub. But you, because of what you've just done, you fucking deserve it. Holy fucking shit, dude. You're a beautiful bastard, you are, Pingu. Right. You've broken Onyx. Right, well that's... Yeah. Pingu, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate you so much. I completely lost track of what I was doing. But 100% worth it.
Maybe I'll visit outside the walls sometime. See how the other half live.
Friday of... Well, oh, you boys have unlocked a new emote, apparently. 18. Wow, dude. I'm lost to what it is I was doing. Right, okay. Let's crack on. So which quest line shall we do? No, let's actually carry on doing the main quest. So I need to go to the leaders of Islington. And then Hackney, I believe. But first, let's just get this up. I don't need that anymore. I wonder if there's something for... Vendor's Bella, yes. Yes, I'm sick of wasting all my tickets. Right, so... I don't want to... I want to see how much he might cost. He might be expensive, he might not. Inge, you bastard. Thank you, dude. Composure. Be a streamer. Oh, I'm hot all of a sudden. Like, I'm fucking boiling. Ooh. Well, I'm fucking boiling. Thank fuck there's a fan next to me. Right. Let's see what this crooked fucker is going to charge me. Oh, I should have upgraded my my charisma, not my fucking. Hello. Weird guy. Clifford.
How can I help you?
I require your services.
Then why didn't you bloody say so before? Nice to work with you. I should say I don't do marriage certificates. Not since the incident.
Why not?
Don't ask. You there? Hello. Let me see. Yep. Hello. Yeah.
How much do you reckon?
Oh yeah, I can forge you those signatures. All I need is some handwriting references. Letters work best. Don't care how you get them. The least I know, the better. First one will be about 100 tickets. The next ones will cost you more. The more I write, the more you pay. So, bring me those references and I'll get to work. All right, Poppet? Hello. Come here. And whomst do I have?
Oh, no, well, let's see. Yeah.
Go get
About
it.
to say.
Hello.
Who's saying hello to me?
Well, right here.
Well, you saying hello to every fucking person walking past.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Come here.
Who's talking?
You there. Hello.
Oh, it's you, you weirdo. Hello.
I've never seen you before, and I never forget a face. Where are you from?
A View to Kill. Let's give a sarcastic answer.
Not what I was talking about. I'm just curious, you see. It's not often we have brand new people here in Westminster. Perhaps we started things off on the wrong foot. I am the one and only Alistair Tenpenny, Lord and sole proprietor of Tenpenny Manor. A pleasure to meet you.
Never to meet you two. I've never heard of
Only
you.
the
Though.
cream of the crop have heard of me. But don't worry.
It sounds like a proper
Soon, words of my
pompous
deeds will
knobhead.
reach the lower masses. Ah, you're too kind. But trust me, I merely look very rich. I am actually incredibly rich.
Incredibly. What do you think of a country?
I dare you to find a better group in this wretched, beautiful city of ours.
Okay, is there anything you actually wanted to talk to me about, or?
Income, my dear.
He's very
Perhaps
vain,
one
isn't
day
he?
You'll learn what that's like. Ah, yes. I wanted
That's the
to
answer he
know
wanted to
because,
give.
well, when I saw you, I thought, there's a fellow who looks like they know how to get things done. You see, I have a very peculiar job with a large paycheck, the kind people like you don't walk away from. Do you
Rah-rah.
understand?
What's the job?
I can't just tell you. Not out here in the open.
Yes, you
If
can.
you're in any way interested in a high-paying job, meet me later inside my manor. We'll discuss it there. Until then, toodles.
Toodles? Fucking toodles. I want to hit you so bad. Just because you're rude while I was talking to that guy. You bastard. Right. Dog, yes. Right, okay. I've got some shit to sell straight off the bat. So where was that market again? Don't want Parliament Square, Wellington Arch, no. Not the History Museum, because I got destroyed there. It was out there, wasn't it? But no, was it? I don't want to do that quest line yet. I want to get this one done first. So let's go to Islington. So let's actually go out of London first. Well, not out of London, but out of central London. Sell some shit. Ugh, fuck. Warm. We start this playlist as well. Because we love these tunes. The load screens are fucking long. Bear with me, it's got to reply to the message quick. Ah. Oof. Want to set the world on fire. Doodle. Doodle, doodle, doodle. To be fair, I was looking at the username and went, how the fuck do you know that I'm Mr. Facility Man? But that makes sense. How the devil are you doing, dude? I'm back fully next war. That's when I'm returning. But I'm just At the moment, frontlining shit, having fun, destroying wardens, just vibing. But at the moment, it's going on too long. I just want to just chill out, play FOLON for a bit. How you doing though, dude? Good to see you. I have. I've made some time. The missus isn't here at the moment, no, so I'm kind of being a proper slob. And I promised a few people that I would come back and play this. And to be fair, I've missed it. I really have missed it. And as well, you can thank the amazing Pingu for gifting you a sub earlier. The beautiful bastard came in, dropped about 18 subs, and was just overall amazing. So you get to enjoy me being an absolute pleb in Fallout, advert free. And you also have access to some of my amazing emotes. I'm trying to find a gunman. He was round here before, and I can't remember where. I'm guessing here. Hello, Stanley. That is just straight up rude. How dare you? I'm trying to talk to my dog. That's what I'm going to follow bugs. Yeah, see, I made the mistake of not pulling it on an SSD. I tried moving it, but when I moved it, it broke a lot of the game files, so I had to pull it back on my old hard drive. Yeah, I mean, this is true. You are, you know, very delightful to me. Oh, where'd he go? Come here, you bastard. I want to sell stuff to you.
Try it.
Will you be gracing your presence next wall? I hope so.
Take a look.
Because I think we're planning on doing BTs and stuff. That's very peculiar. You shouldn't be having that many issues on an SSD. I know I was having issues with my SSD a while ago, but that was because I was just an idiot and didn't set it up properly. Oh, combat shotgun. Didn't even notice that. Well, I don't need a wooden pike. This is it. Right, I do need some flame fuel though, which no one seems to have, which is really annoying. Yeah, but how much is that going to cost me? 400 tickets? No, not yet. You do have more. 208 though. You're not sure? Recently gone 40k rogue trader. Nah, that's completely fair enough, dude. I mean, obviously, especially now that they've pushed the airborne update back by, well, we don't know when. Then a lot of people will probably be taking breaks and stuff. Like, stupidly, I took my break this war, hoping that next war it would have come back, but not by looks of things. I don't know why I need fusion cores when I can't use power armor. I want some flame fuel so badly. Maybe we'll get just enough. Oh god, you triggered Lyndon. Oh no, fuck. Don't need all that ammo. I don't need that. I've never actually played 40k. Lyndon's ready to yap so much. He's proper fangirling right now. I don't need any more. Oh, I can't accept it. Oh, okay, fair enough. I can accept that. Make that make sense. We've got 33 left. That's not good enough. Maybe
See ya.
I can get rid of some of the armor though. Oh, Churchill, come here. Which 40k is it though? Because there's that many 40k games out there. Because I know you got the Total War 4K games, but isn't there like an FPS 40k shooter now or something? 40k Rogue Trader. Let me take a quick look. Oh, it's 2 years old. Oh, that kind of vibe. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's not my kind of vibe, unfortunately.
What can I help you find?
You can buy some of my shit off me.
Take a look.
I want to keep that. And that. Get rid of one of them. Left arm, left leg, right arm, right leg. Okay, so I've got a full set there as well, which is good. Don't need monocles. They're just cosmetic. And then one each, so I'll get rid of one of them. That looks quite cool, I'll keep that. And we'll get rid of one of them as well. So now that takes us over 100 again, which is nice. So now, we can probably get some flamer fuel. Nah, we should probably get some of them. We got 14 bullets. Okay. We're cooking slowly. Darktide's good. I've seen a few people play Darktide.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Churchill, no, stop being a douchebag. Because that's pretty much obsolete now. We'll keep the honours at the moment. Let's just get kitted out again. Apparel will go... Oh, ready? How do I look? Oh yeah, fuck yeah. It's just too expensive, Darktide is. Like, a lot of these AAA games nowadays are just ridiculously overpriced. I don't like that cape at all. Don't need a gas mask on anymore. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm ready. Bingo. Behave. Yeah, I mean, I've seen lots of people play Darktide. Yeah, Darktide is the FPS version, isn't it? It looks fucking incredible. I mean, I wouldn't say no to playing it. I don't know how much it is, to be honest. Is it on Game Pass? Hold on. Is it on Game Pass? So I have Game Pass. Oh, well, I thought I had Game Pass. So I don't anymore. Oh, it is on. It is on Game Pass, actually. Don't really not. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, see, I was playing Grounded 2 through Game Pass, but it turns out I've not renewed it, so... But I can renew it in a few days, that's not a problem. I didn't know Dark Souls was on here, actually. One game I would absolutely love to play, though, is... Oh, fuck. Pinky. Oh, what? Hold on. I've been given specific instructions by Pingu. Bear with. There is one game I do really want to play, which I need to get on board with, and that's Helldivers. God damn it, Pingu. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Pingu. I appreciate you so much. Maybe once we played this, I will stream Darktide for you. I'll just have to get it installed overnight for you. Yeah, I remember you and Berg had a period where you were playing Helldivers 24/7. There's quite a few people who were playing Helldivers when it first came out as well, because there was a lot of criticism as well, if I remember correctly. Let's go to Hackney. Didn't you have Helldivers, Rip? I know there was a game you were talking about the other day. I can't remember what it was. Right. There should be a door down here somewhere. Churchill, leave whatever it is you found alone. You yapping, dying chicken thing. Where'd you go? He just vanishes. You're such a bad dog. There. Open the door. Right? Dog meat is just the best. Even what do we? I can't go this way. Well, I am going this way. Fuck you. Honestly, dog meat is just next level. You cannot beat dog meat. And to be fair, dog meat reminds me of my old dog. I used to have a German Shepherd identical to dog meat growing up as a kid. So, because of Pingu, I'm now going to be able to play Darktide. And yes, Pingu, I will be downloading it tonight. I will be playing it and streaming it, potentially. Whatever you guys like to see, I will play. Because I think it's probably safe to say I want to come back to streaming properly. I've missed this. Right, let's see if I can go around. No? Can I go through? No? I better go down there, can't I? Oh, fuck! I did not mean to do that. No! 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 Yeah, well, I didn't want to come down here, but here we are. Fuck off. You have no arms. What are you going to do? Headbutt me? Well, that's not ideal. Oh, I can get back up here, actually. Okay. I may have made that just a little bit dramatic. Yeah, but 2 ghouls leads to a fuckload of everything else that wants to fuck me. I don't think I'm going the right way either. Oh, I am. Okay. Well, they've done a good job of not letting me go around there. Do I need to go around there? Oh, okay. I wouldn't have come the wrong way anyway. Looks like I need to go down there then round. The only thing I don't like about this mod though is the way they is the way they've outlined everything. Well, you get lost so easily. Well, they weren't here before. That's right, I've got full health, that's fine. I can deal with that. Where's my spicy stick? Ow. Fuck off. Oh, a lucky service rifle. That's huge. Yeah, it's like they purposely blocked off a lot of areas that actually cause you to want to fucking quit. To be straight, to be straight up honest with you. Fetch. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, where'd he go far? Hey, Churchill. Fetch. Oh, that sounds climatic. But I want your tickets. Tickets. Give me all your tickets, please. Tickets. Did you notice as well, Doodle, that you can't have power armor in this? Oh, no worries, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they've... Well, not them, but there's another modder who's changed or added in another mod for it, so you can actually have power armor. But I remember when I tried to download it, it was very buggy. Like, I'd walk into it, I'll start doing this. You don't look friendly. But it's fine. I have this. Oh. Fuck off. Get fucked. So much better. Now this is... I do like their outfits, actually, so I'm probably going to nick it. God, that's a very feminine thing to say, innit? Coffee hat. Well, don't forget, though, the hitboxes in this mod are very, very shit sometimes. Good old Iron Brew. So I know there's one rifle which I love when it works, but this, like, you see where it's aiming, right? Like, you see where that tip is on the end of that gun. That's not where the bullet goes. The bullet goes a lot higher. And it's very annoying. Well, hold on, I'll see if I can find an enemy and I'll show you. Just top up health first.
Over here! Found the sneak!
Where? Oh, fuck, I didn't reload it.
Aim for the head!
Fucking aim for your head.
Had enough?
Shut up. How do you not... No.
Another one bites the dust!
Yeah, bye-bye. Oh, you blocked me, you fuck. Get fucked.
Is that you?
Yeah, just a little bit.
No. Not like this.
Shut up.
You're gonna run away, aren't you?
Nope, I'm gonna run towards you. Oh, okay, never mind. I love how dog found something. Straight into battle. No remorse.
Familla! Bash him in!
Shut up.
Fuck!
Ow. No, that's my stim pack you've just used, you fuck. Oh. It's like a proper London street fight, this. I love it.
I've got you now, bastard.
No, you don't. Hey, come on, come down here. Come on, come down here. Ow.
Let's fucking go!
You've cornered me. Get fucked. Ow.
Please pay for that!
No, I won't. Fuck off. Get fucked.
I don't want to die.
Mate, there was a Geordie I spoke to earlier. And it did throw me off. I mean, so far we've seen, what? An Irishman, a Geordie, plenty of Londoners. There's a guy with a Brummie accent. There's got to be something in you, surely. No, don't want you. Alright. No more murder. The greasy spoon. Okay, I've lost for dog again. Are you friendly? You're not moving. Yeah, you're friend. Oh no. Miller's men's slaphead. Just killed a lot of your guys. Hope that's okay.
Well, the Wayfarer. Isn't that something? Venturing into my territory is generally considered a bad idea. But I hear you're more competent than most.
I am. I'm very competent.
This city runs on information. And you're new blood. I've some friends in the Vagabonds and elsewhere. Got a job for you. Something I need doing. And I need it done well.
Okay.
For the sake of my conscience.
I'll do for
Flat
free.
fee of 2,500 tickets. It's of a
No question.
sentimental and personal nature. I won't go into detail. I hear talk of a man at St. Paul's Sanctuary. John Marsh. I used to know a man by that name. I owe him a life debt. For a long time I thought him dead. If that isn't the case, I still owe him for that debt. If it's him, do whatever he asks, no matter what. When you paid off my debt, you'll be paid in cash.
I don't want cash, I want tickets.
He won't. Question him. He's one of the few people who know my real name. The fact he knows it ain't Miller will be proof enough. Saved my life. A great risk to his own.
Yeah, I'll do it. 2,500 tickets. I'm not going to say no
Paul's,
to.
don't
That's
waste
a lot of
any
ammo.
time.
What does that say on the back of that helmet? Pass. Press rest off? Oh, piss off.
Back off, mate.
Right, this sounds like a fun quest.
playing at?
So I'm going to do this quest. Mate, considering the max amount of tickets I've had is 400. 2.5 tickets gets me a lot of flamer fuel. And I fucking love my flamethrower in this. Alright, where is it on the map? Yeah, I don't care about the petition anymore. I'm not gonna lie to you. Get rid of that. Where is that on the map? Oh wait, am I gonna piss off the entirety of London? Oh fuck. Oh. Oh. Wait, is this the right place? No, that is the way I need to go. Why do I have a feeling, though, that they're going to fuck me over and we're not going to give me 2,500 tickets? Because that seems a bit unbelievable. A part of me just does not believe it's going to happen. I'm going to do all this work and we're going to go, yeah, now we're going to fucking kill you. Fucking sound, thank you. Fucking don't even. No mind at Linden, that's exactly what I'm going to get. That's a long way to walk. I'm not walking that. You know, I prefer not to die. I do wish though as well that we had another like settlement kind of thing in this. Sorry, a settlement system in Fallout London. Because I think there is one, but it's not as good as the base game. Like I wish they utilised like all the manufacturing side of things. You can make your own ammo. Well, you can make your own ammo, but it's a bit more difficult in this. Like you can make your own food, make your own weapons. Still, power armor, big one. There's a very high chance that once I've completed this, I'll end up playing Fallout 4 in general. What are you up to today, Pingu, anyway, as well? I don't think I asked you that earlier. I fucking love Fallout 4. I love all Fallouts. The only Fallout that I didn't play... Well, no, sorry. The only Fallout that I played a religious amount of is Fallout 76. RuneScaping? No, I never played RuneScape. That's the point. I need to set up a server for you and Rip, actually. Thanks for reminding me. So I said to Rip I'd get one sorted for you two. So I've got a server right there for it. Did you mention you wanted to try out antibiotic something? Antibiotic favor? I probably got that completely wrong. That's what's called, yeah. Abiotic factor. Not what I said. But if you guys have got a server set up already, I'll come join you boys, happily. Can I not go in there anymore? Mariachi! What? I feel like this is bugged. Dog, move. Oh no, it's not bugged. Hello, John Marsh.
Another mercenary. Come to rob me, as I told the last one. I've given everything to the sanctuary. You bandits won't get a scrap. Ah, my apologies. I've had too many thugs in here trying to shake me down. I accumulated some wealth in my travels. Nothing monetary. Trinkets, baubles, that sort of thing. I've left it all to this place. Couldn't think of anywhere more deserving.
Me? I'm deserving.
Name's John Marsh. What can I do for you? Is that so? Well, confirm away. Not sure how, though. I don't carry identification or any such trivialities.
Well, you should do.
What? Don't speak in riddles.
Well, I just did.
The famed Miller of Islington. I knew him a long time ago. He was a very different man back then. Different name, too.
Literally, there was a guy who came in last night in the stream, and literally, he just joined. This started playing, and he was eating a taco. And all he said to you was, "Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing you joined here. Have a follow, just because mariachi music." I'm like, sound.
We were in Lewisham scavenging for old world technology. We got reckless. A roof caved in on us. I got out. He didn't. For some reason, I don't know, loyalty, I went back for him. Managed to dig him out before the building collapsed entirely. At the time, I told Miller he didn't owe me anything. He didn't
The
like
music
that.
doesn't really fit this
It
this
made
talk,
him
though, does
feel
it? It's a bit
lesser.
serious.
Knowing what he's become, I'm of a mind to take him up on the offer. If he really wants to pay off his debt, he could end his reign of terror. But he won't do that. Which is why he sent you, I take it. With the power he's accumulated over the years, there isn't a lot he can't do. But I imagine there's still quite a lot he doesn't want to do.
I just
You
want
are
my
a
tickets.
proxy through which he can pay off his debt. It's a matter of pride for him. Conscience has nothing to do with it. Of course there is, but... oh, damn it. There is something. Something I need you to do.
Well, my
But it isn't very pleasant.
if it's 2,500 tickets, I'll do anything.
As you can see, I haven't much time left in this world before I move on to the next. And I'd like to make that journey with someone. The love of my life, Jane.
Oh.
I lost her many years ago. But her soul, it isn't at rest. We were traveling through Newham together, got separated. She was delirious when I found her. She must have fallen into the marina. I carried her for a while, to the old airport. I couldn't help her. She'd already started to change.
Can you guys
So
hear
I
me? You guys
ran.
talk, by the way.
I could never bring myself to look back. Until now. I need you to go there and put her soul to rest.
Hit him? Cool.
You can't kill what's already dead. That walking corpse is not the woman I love.
Lord knows. Is she a ghoul? Is she a townsfolk?
Not just a ghoul. That wouldn't have mattered. A feral one. Makes you think twice about those commuters. Each one of them a person. Each one reduced to a base life.
So what I'm hearing here is you want to put a 12-gauge slug into her head. Consider it done.
Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm not going anywhere.
Any
Quickly,
preference?
if possible.
12 gauge? Sounds good to
Goodbye.
me. Bear with me. Right, well, sounds like I need to go put a 12 gauge in someone's head. Sounds like a job for Onyx, but I don't like travelling in night, so we will just sleep. If I can. Hello. Oh, nothing in there. Okay. I really rated everything I can raid pretty much without being a nuisance. Ooh, 280. Nah, I'll get hunted if I steal it. I'm not scared of the dark. I don't like it. It's fine. I'll turn on my trusty torch. I mean, would you want to walk around London at night? In a normal world? I don't know about you, but I sure for sure wouldn't. I mean, you're not wrong there. Especially if there was a doodle on the loose. I can't think of anything worse. I love that. Ever wanted to smash in if you just held a cricket bat? Now you can! Bet. See, that makes me wonder. 12 gauge or cricket bat to the head? You're goddamn right, I'm right. I hope you are back for the next war. No, it's on my belt actually, Lyndon. I'll have you know. I'll show you when I load back in. No, I miss giving you the abuse. That's how it works. You didn't abuse me. I abuse you. I ask for scroop. Doodle gives me scroop. Exactly. See, Lyndon understands it's mutual abuse. And my torch is there. You see it? The little white glowing dot. Now it's gone. Now it's there. I appear to have lost my dog though. My dog has been murdered in London. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna have to walk that one now. Exactly. Well, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to walk. Probably isn't going to bode well. You make my heart go click-clack, Doodle. That's loud. What the fuck? Why are you frying my pacemaker with stress? Huh? Hey, what pacemaker? Oh, yeah. Yes. Onyx, dum-dum. Yes, very plebby. Why is there a colon after every message you send? Is that because you don't know how computers work? Interesting. Why are these guys dead? And why didn't I take stuff off their body? I'm pretty sure I've been in there already. Was a colon? Oh. No, it's because of my OBS. I'm the one who got you don't understand computers, apparently. Pretty sure I've been in there already. But why wouldn't I have looted it? Look, Doodle. My brain is frazzled still. Pingu broke me. Pink. I do. And then I kind of go to myself, nighttime, daytime. It's a weird looking dog. Red, blue, purple, orange, red, yellow. What the fuck you on about? Do I have to choose a color? Oh. Rip. Don't ever change. Excuse me, sir. Can I have your chair? Oh, wait. It's already... Okay. Let's just see if I can get out of that rad storm. Thank you, Linda. I needed that posture check. My back was starting to hurt. You can. We have a settlement here in Covent Garden, but it's not like the traditional way of building a settlement. I don't quite understand it still. It's a bit confusing. Because there's a few new mechanics, there's a few old mechanics, and to be honest, they've just really confused me. I want to make sure he's dead. Yep, he's dead. So I'd love to know how to get power to that. No, you can't, unfortunately. I mean, you probably could. There's probably additional mods for it, where you can like add stuff on, like the power armor. I probably just haven't figured it out yet. You can, but it's trying to find the stuff to make to craft it with. Like that's what I'm searching for, certain materials, so I can try and make 303 or is it 208? One of those two. This does not look pleasant to be in. Churchill, I don't care. I can't see shit, man. Oh, that's water. I don't want water. Can I go in here? Oh, I can't. Oh, no, I can't. I don't fancy swimming with Thames, no. I don't remember this being so toxic. Well, my dog's probably dead. Please be friendly. Oh, fuck it. You're going to get a 12 gauge. Bye-bye. Oh, that's a lot of them. Charge! Yo. Are you trying to attack me with a fucking body? Ow, ow, I'm fucking hell. Have a spicy cocktail. Ow. Don't you run away. Exactly. I do love my 12 gauge. Oh, I thought you run. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, you did run in here. I fucking knew it. What's your rolling pin gonna do now, huh? Yeah, nothing. That's what I thought. You little fuck. Can you just leave me alone? You gotta buy me dinner first. Oh, fuck's sake. Just give me a break. Here, have a go. Yeah, fire him for me. No, I need my spicy stick for this. Oh! Ow. 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 Owie. Ow. Yeah. Fuck off, you little spicy fuck. This is why I wish I had my flamer. Oh, I am going to die. Spaghetti me. Stimpak me. Survive! 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 Hey! I'm not stimpacking you. You'll be fine in a minute. Oh, fuck! I thought you died. You know what time it is, don't you? Yeah. Oh, fuck me, you bring him alive! No, no, no! Nor did I. It's chem time. No. This is just not going my way, is it? This is just no. Oh, you can fuck off and... Fuck off, you spicy man. No, I'm going to die. Fuck off, yes, spicy fuck. Oh, don't spawn me in here. I don't want to be in here. Yeah, you need to fuck off, my friend. Don't fucking... Oh my god. Stop reviving! It rips. Someone could sing quick. Time's already slowed. Yeah, I want to slow it again. Oh no. Ow. Yeah, I'm addicted again. Grantley is addicted, guys. Oh, why reload now? Well, can I have a 12 gauge to the head, you fuck? Yes. Get fucked. What's on your hands? Oh, gloves. Oh, look, he's fine now. You're a prick. No tickets either. Disgraceful. The power of drugs, I destroyed them. Oh. Fuck this game sometimes. Honestly, fuck this game. Oh, fusion cores. Not that they're fucking useful for anything. Fucking horrible fucking things. I hate feral ghouls. I've never liked them. Oh, where the fuck have you appeared from? Yeah, unfortunately, your friend who revives you is dead. A nodding cow. Beans, always for the win. Weetabrex. Nah, they hate me. Though I'm very happy that I killed them all. Because I was a bit worried that I wasn't going to be able to. It's not fucking worth coming in here, is it really? Let's be honest. Yes, that burger looks delightful. That's all going to be useless. Oh, well, you can fuck off as well, can't you, Mr. Ferrell? I ain't scared of you. I'm scared of your big glowing green friend. No, see, it's for gulpers. For me. Those things are horrible. Gulpers are... Well, crickets are annoying. Well, like silverfish in Minecraft. Just fucking everywhere you don't want them to be. Bar Harbor is disgusting. You know, I always forget about the Nuka World DLC. Always do. Where you going, little bitch? And you. I ain't finished. I haven't forgotten. I'm getting irradiated to fuck. I'm gonna switch out. I'm not getting raids. Raids? Rads. I just kind of want to get out of this radiation zone because it's not nice. Dog, I can't help you. That's one bloody stick you've got there. Good boy, Churchill. You have your uses. Ring away. Yeah, fuck that. You can't even live in the Chernobyl zone, can you? Still. Wow, my picklocking skills are atrocious. Oh yeah, another one. That's useful. Oh, fuck yeah. All the supplies. Oh, literally, all the fucking supplies. I dread to think how much you get paid for that. It must be quite a bit. Was that worth the bobby pin? I don't think so. Where am I even going? I need to go down there, but that's definitely not somewhere... Oh, I can go down there, actually. Let's just pop a 12 gauge in this bitch's head and fuck off. Nah, radiation sickness, I can imagine, is fucking horrible. Milex. So, you can hit me, but I can't hit you. That does not sound fair. Yeah, but still, surely it'll be a substantial amount of money, because you're technically making yourself sick. Yeah. I probably would be very surprised. No, my dog's not behind me. Oh, he is. He's just appeared. Oh, Jane. I have a 12 gauge with your name on. Oh, fuck. Bye-bye. You're just chilling. Okay, you're just waiting for me. Yeah, see, in my eyes, that's still quite a lot of money. Oh, no, that is a lot of money. Wow. I'm so shit. Oh, dog, where are you? The fuck? The fuck was that? Oh, another nuke has been set in Foxhole. You guys probably didn't hear that. But I just got that big ringing sound in my ear saying nuke detected. And I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, true, it does depend on currency. Like in the UK, that would be quite a lot of money. A floating arm! It's a floating arm! God, dog, you just fucking sit there, look pretty. You look pretty chilled. Grilled, not chilled. Ow! Fuck off. Oh, I want an iron brew. You knocked it over, you bastards. Hello. Housekeeping. Why do you move the minute I pull out my rifle, you fucks? Hello there. Ow. Yeah, get fucked. Yeah, that is a good point. 300 rubles is fuck all. Wait, level 19. One ticket. What about you? Feel shit? Oh, stay down, you fuck. Haha, what are you gonna do? That. Ow, okay, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, I thought that bitch was meant to be here. Or have I killed her already by accident? It must be in there. Well, I can't open that gate, but there's definitely people in there. I must go up and round, maybe? Oh, fuck me. There's Jane Marsh. I feel like I chose the wrong time to use those drugs. Just don't get hit. Yeah, good advice. You're going to mutate so many times, aren't you? Oh, fuck me, you have a lot of health. Wrong button. Ow. Don't reload. It's the wrong time to reload. "12 gauge. 12 gauge. 12 gauge. 12 gauge." Fuck! Real speed. Don't like real speed. I like slow speed. Get fucked. Ow. Oh, God. Oh, dear. This is not going to bode well for me. Where's Jane Marsh? Oh, I'm going to die. I'm so going to die. Fuck off, you two. Oh, she ran away. Did she scuttle through all the power or something? I have no idea. Whatever I know, though, is that I don't really want to fight her anymore. I'm not going to lie to you. She's a bit of a nutter. Honestly, I have no idea. Come on, Churchill, stop being a fanny. That's no longer sparking. Oh, fuck off, ghouls. Come on, you want some? We'll go Roddy Pickering on you.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all scuttling like crabs. What the fuck? Oh, What's with the legendary creatures? I hit the wrong button. Well, I'm definitely not going to miss you there, am I? Get fucked. Seriously? I think I found her. My aiming is a try. They're playing fucking tennis with me. Pretty much. How's it going, Juggernaut? I don't know where the dog went. He can't just run. Oh, he's there. Happy as Larry. Fucking dog, man. I'm not even in combat. Where? Where is there a ghoul? Oh, I may have answered my own question. You fucker. Oh, great. Just a normal glowing one now. Delightful. Fucking just what I want. Yep, hello. You're gonna come fuck me up now, aren't you? Ow. Ow. No! Fuck off, you little green fuck! God, I wish I had fuel for that fucking flamethrower now. Fuck off. Oh, wrong time to reload! Honestly. I should have just locked myself in here. Get fucked. don't think I want to go in here. I was correct. I don't want to go in there. Go on, you fuckers. I'm hitting nothing. Fuck off. Sorry, you can't come in here. This is Border Force. No. Go back. Go back. Go back. I said back you go. Back you bastard. You're fine. Oh, she's back. Don't know what I fucking kill her with though. Maybe this. Oh, really? That is not worth the crit. Yeah, I don't think that, you know what, I probably could have done actually. You're probably right there. Fuck you, Jane Marsh. Ow. Go away. I would 12 gauge you, but I actually can't. Ow. Ow. Okay, now you have kind of fucked me. Spaghetti! Heal me. No. I don't want to go through all that again. Let's have your bitch. Oh no, I'm using the wrong weapon. Fuck. What am I doing? Let's use that. We only have that one still. I don't know what teaser is. Fuck me. Yeah, you two can fucking do one. Oh, she's... She bit me. She bit me. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Go away, bitch. Fuck off, you fucking little bastard. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Wait, why am I half naked? I 100% put on better armor. Or did I? What armor am I wearing? Yeah, I am wearing the best armor. Well, I've got on me anyway. Yes, hydration. Thank you. Needed. Thank you, Rip. I knew I should have bought ammo for that flame. Sneaky. What the fuck? Missed. That was fucking bullshit, man. Just kill me. I need to reset. Oh, God. It's only a little bit annoying. It's very annoying. Oh God, here she comes. She's a scary bastard, she is. I Ah, dumb bitch. Ow. If I just get over hits on her so she fucks off. Well, this is when she fucks off. Ah, heal, heal, heal. Foul green skin. I read that as full skin at first. Yeah, shame I only had one. Actually, not a lot drifter outfit. I've always loved drifter outfit. Always try and get it where I can. Don't know what Doctor Leaf is, but I'm taking it. Hello. One by one, please. One by one. One by one. But one of these does bring him back to life. Don't think it's you though. I think it's beyond now. Where the fuck did that other green fuck come from? Beforehand, that other green guy was just bringing everyone back to fucking life. Is what I don't want to happen again. Was it going to crawl out one of these things? Yeah, this fuck. Yeah, get fucked, you. Oh. The fuck? Where did you come from? At least you come. I thought he was coming back to life then. No thanks. I choose life. Here we go, boys. Come on. Come get me. Come on. Get back, I said. Get back. I do wish I had more Molotovs. Here she comes. And she's back to full health. Fucking delightful. Dog, get her, bite her. Ow. Yes, dog, keep her busy. Keep her busy. Nope. Ow, fuck. Okay, no, that did hurt a lot. Ow. How did I miss? Get back, far bitch. No! Bullshit, man. Come on, you fucks. Dog, go. Defend. No, defend. Dog! You're fucked. Come on. Come on. Don't make me go down there, please. Here she comes. Yeah, have some of that, bitch. Oh no. I'm in danger. Psych. Oh, no, I am. Yeah, stay there. Be useless. Oh dear. She gets so feral. Fuck off! Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Oh my god, we're so close. Don't know why I used a robot repair kit, but here we go. Yeah. Yes! Fucking bitch! I'm happy that is fucking done. Fucking... 12 gauge did do as foretold. Get me out of this fucking shithole. Oh, God. What time is it? I have that's done. Oh, lordy lord. Alright, Lyndon, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I'll probably be on for another... probably about an hour or so. I will catch you later. I just realised I'm completely dark. Let me go turn our light quick. Not in the toilet. I will be right back. That's some music. Oh. Hey ATD, how's it going? Yeah, you can thank Pingu for that gifted sub. Pingu is an absolute fucking legend. Came in, dropped 18 gifted subs. Yeah, Pingu is fucking amazing. Pingu also managed to get us surpassed my stream goal. Sorry, my sub goal, which Twitch then forced me to update. Yeah, how's it going, ATD? Nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. Hopefully you're doing good. Alakazam. Salad kebab, nice. Yeah, see, I'm surprised he didn't want top spot. Because he was 2 away from taking top spot. Well, 3 away from taking top spot. Because I know what Pingu's fucking like. Minnesota's been there for fucking, well, 2 years nearly. Now, Minnesota's one of my old streaming friends is well, actually, no, to be fair, I don't actually know who they were, but I kind of just came in on a raid and just dropped like a load of gifted subs. But I appreciate everyone who does that sort of thing. It helps no end. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he came in on a raid with someone else. Alakazam. You're making me want a kebab now. Workbench? That's a sofa, not a workbench. You just missed me spending ages on a long fucking battle. What's this saying as Graves in... Oh, sir. Right. Mm. Ugh. I'm not sure yet. I'm just going back to hopefully collect my 2,500 tickets. Hopefully, anyway. I guarantee you it's not going to be that simple to get 2,500 tickets. He's probably going to send me on a fuck off wild goose chase. Eyes. Exactly. I think I'm going to try and craft some enamel armor if I can. Are you playing with Pingu now, Rip? Oh, a biscuit and brownie. Nice. Yes, I want some flame ammo. I do want some flame ammo pretty bad. Right. So, I'm not going to walk all the way up, so we'll just go to there. I'll walk up the bridge. Ah, fair enough, dude. I'm guessing you say you two are playing Minecraft. You're doing a hardcore world of survival. Is it modded at all? Ah, fair enough, dude. I'll probably have a go at a hardcore world at some point. I like the factory mods. I like the industrial side of things. Nah. That says. Yeah, man, I will do. I mean, are you going to be online for... Oh, ah. Kino, what ticket? I don't want to eat. Are you going to be online for quite a bit tonight, or...? Yeah, well, I'll jump on, take a look. Oh, no, I can't, actually. I haven't got Game Pass at the moment. I'll take a look at some point next week when I can re-pick up Game Pass. Yeah, sorry, dude. Give me my tickets, you bastard. Hopefully not now, because that was pretty fucking juicy, to say the least. What I will do as well is I'll try and find some more mods that work alongside this. See if there's any, like, manufacturing mods or something. I swear to God, if you fuck me over with my tickets, I'm not going to be happy.
What?
What do you mean, what? Give me my tickets.
I heard. It was a good man. A mourner's passing. And the debt, well, I have no choice but to believe you. Is your payment, Wayfarer?
2,000 tickets!
About this again.
Fuck
Our business
yes!
is concluded. In fact, it never happened.
$2,500 tickets. And let's go! That's huge, actually. That's massive. I've got 2,700 tickets now. Fuck yes. Give me more work.
Yes. What's it for? If you don't tell me what it's for, why would you want to go in there? To tear up the place, knowing you? All right, I'll sign. Miller. Sorry, I ain't
Miller.
cursive. That's all, is it?
Miller.
Yep.
Goodbye. Oh. Many words. What you got? I don't need the tickets anymore. I'm one rich bitch.
What are you playing at?
Hello, horse. Why'd you have red eyes? Oh, you got 4 eyes. Weird. Oh, I'm very happy now. Right, let's do one more of these. So we'll probably call it a night there. Church will find something every time we fucking come past here. Fuck off for a bit. We'll level up, actually. We'll do charisma. Actually, hold on. Is there anything else? I like my big sticky stick. Right, no, let's do the hear ye, hear ye. Go there. Avaganders. Rip Bingy, you two are officially now VIPs of the channel. You are very welcome. Oh, fuck. That was a red roach. That was fucking me up. Now, you deserve it, dude. You've been there since day one. And to be fair, I forgot all about them. All about the VIP features. You're one person who is very deserving of it. No. I want to see what the quest line is first. So if it's something simple, I might not need to go get some armor. I might be able to save it. If you get the gist. I'll probably be back on this tomorrow night as well after work. Hopefully you beautiful bastards can be there. And if there's anyone in here who is new and wants to get in the Discord, my bot does not want to work. What a surprise. So you can get live pings. But when I go live, feel free to join the Discord. I'm going to try and revamp it and get it back up to its former glory. You're fucked. Well, I've been in there before. This is where it started, wasn't it? But how have I only just discovered it? Or maybe it's not the same. Ooh. We'll find out what me, I guess. These are actually very useful, and they're proving more useful each time I use them. We'll make some food as well out of these. Back off. Is that all the same way? I think so. Ba-da-da-da. I mean, it's not ammunition I want, but I'm going to say no. Let me in. Let me steal stuff. Let me be a fiend. Dog, hither. No, you're all good, dude. Hope you're all good. How's your sleep? How's your nap? What's the matter, Churchill? This far we're going now. What can I actually craft? That is proving very useful. I might start making some of them. Oh dear, oh dear. I'm sure you'll be fine. I mean, if it's any consolation, that's what I literally did last night. I came off at about 4 or 5 a.m. And I ended up sleeping. Well, and I didn't actually fall asleep till about 6 or 7 a.m. So I ended up waking up about 3. Churchill has. Well, Tom's go fuck himself. Sorry, bear with me. Got to reply to the missus. I will tell her you said hi. Yeah, I do miss her. Excuse me. Just caught a spot and it really hurts. I don't want to make armor. Let's go down to Camden. Oh, of course, yeah, you know cheese, don't you? Go about that. Oh, also, Tom, you were gifted a sub by one of my very good friends, Pingu. He was an absolute fucking legend. Oh, what's the matter? I don't need that anymore, do I? Let's be honest. I don't think it's that good. Is it? No, and it looks weird on my screen. Go. I don't know. At him and find out. I think so. He might have gone to bed though. The damage? What you mean over time? All the shit they built? And the clusterfuck it is. Oh, I'm guessing that's what they're referring to.
I wish I could meet the Queen.
Oh, fuck you, there is someone there. You're gonna have shells. You don't have shells. The fuck?
A little close for comfort, mate.
Oh, shit. This all looks very delicious.
God save our gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen.
I can imagine. It must be noisy as well. Oops.
We won't go quietly. You can count on that.
Oh, I don't want it to go quietly. Accessible as well. I'm guessing that'll be open up to me at some point. See what Camden's like. Oh. Is that where you live now, Tom? Wait, is that how close to Donington you are? And also, can we just appreciate my girlfriend's family dog? Look at how cute he is. He's adorable. Good old Bazza. So you can literally walk to download now. That's what I'm hearing. You could quite happily walk to Donington Park. Well, in that case, then, Tom, I could stay around yours. Oh. So I think next year I'm doing it solo.
State your business in Camden.
Just stab you, probably.
Only to a few. As long as you're not here to make trouble, the pistols welcome ya.
Yes, of course. Have you got a garden?
I didn't think you were.
If you have a garden, I'll bring my tent.
Made it through the border.
I'll just sleep in your garden.
Security. You don't strike me as a hooligan, though. Well, we're having a conversation to start.
Yeah, things like I've got like a 6-man tent that I used not last year before.
You're kind to offer.
Will that not fit?
I'd speak to
Or
Alice.
do I need to get a smaller one?
Drastic, though.
Yeah, me and Tom are both near East Midlands. Tom is a lot closer.
I'm a member, so I may be biased. But to me, there's no other group in London worth joining. Equality, radical individualism, self-sustainability, cooperation. Those are the values of the pistols, and they're not just tools.
Mariachi time.
Apache Alice is Speaker of the Camden Council. She may be young, but she's experienced. Served 2 terms as borough planner before being elected.
See, it's quite funny.
She's lovely.
I live near East Midlands Airport. Well, not near, close enough. But I've never flown from there. I've always flown from Birmingham. But even when I went to Amsterdam last year, I flew from Birmingham, not East Mids.
Well, the first step would be to talk to Apache Alice at Cyberfox. No worries.
Here's the pistols. They've even nailed Camden. Birmingham is a shithole. But I'll tell you one thing, the airport is surprisingly easy. It was one of the easiest airports I've ever gone through. East Midlands easy as well, but it's being redone at the moment with all the new security stuff. Heathrow is a shithole. Heathrow is horrible. I hate Heathrow with a passion. Oh, fuck me. Fortunately, I've never had to fly from Heathrow, but I've known people who have flown from Heathrow, and that's fucking horrible. When my old man went to Japan, he flew from Heathrow, and it's just horrible. Luton's not too bad. I've done Luton. Hello, ring ring. Such a Tom response. Oh, yes, I could do with a pub. What? That is cool hair. That's like a proper punk style hair.
What can I get you?
Dodgy Daffyd. What you got?
Take a look.
We got Dodgy Daffyd. Yeah, the airport's not too bad. The place is just shithole.
Enjoy.
Oh, well. Oh. Have I told you all or something? Manchester Airport I've not flown from before, but I've heard that, well, I don't think it's that bad. What do you mean I can't use this? I want to gamble. Take a stroll for a minute. As people stroll through Camden.
Hey, I'm standing here, mate.
No, you're
Bit
not.
of respect, yeah? I'm not treading all over you, am I?
To be fair, I've never really heard anything bad about City London Airport. Yeah, it can be. It's more European though. I can't imagine it being far international. It's where a lot of the privately owned planes tend to go to. City of London. You know what? I think now might be a good time to call it for the night because I've just realised it's 9:30. I need to eat still. And I have work in the morning. So, first things first, Pingu, you are an absolute fucking legend for dropping 18 subs. You know, and even those subs went to Cheese, ATD, Riptider, yourself, so many other people. You're amazing, dude. Thank you again. And for everyone else, I will most likely be back on tomorrow night. I finish work at 5, so give or take, probably be on from 7 PM. I might not be on Dark Tide tomorrow. That might be next weekend, Jobby, or even Wednesday evening. But the Missus returns on Wednesday. I do want to try and keep the streaming going. I'm enjoying it again. But yeah, if you're not in my Discord, in my personal Discord, so you get pinged. That Discord is there. Eat cheese and eat cheese. That's eat cheese. But yeah, cheers guys. I appreciate all of you. And I will see you all tomorrow.